Probe H0169 active in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Probe systems deployed.
Ship's log. Starfleet Science Vessel, USS Lovell. Captain Zidane Blackwood recording. We received disturbing sensor recordings from a Class 5 probe we sent to the nearby Titan system. I'm relaying to Starfleet the visual data gathered by the probe before it was destroyed.
Captain's log, Stardate 54111.79. A force of Borg warships are currently passing through Klingon space, on course for Sector 001, Earth. The Federation is assembling a flotilla of warships, but we need to delay the Borg while we marshal our forces. Lieutenant Commander Worf will brief the elite of the Starfleet's pilots aboard the USS Typhon, a mobile outpost and carrier starship.
Pilots, as of this stardate, you are assigned to the Valkyrie Squadron aboard the USS Typhon. Capable of launching 26 Valkyrie-class ships, the Typhon has a full array of pulse phaser turrets and quantum torpedo tubes, as well as complete medical and scientific facilities. Together, the Valkyries and the Typhon are the most effective fighting force in this sector. I expect you to improve that capability. Training will begin immediately.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Welcome to the Valkyrie Training Program. I am Lieutenant Commander Worf, and I will be your tactical officer for the duration of this operation. I will assess your performance throughout your tour of duty and instruct you on the use of weapons systems and helm control. Training missions will be flown under a time limit, and I will observe and grade your performance based on your combat skills, reaction time, and accuracy. Your ships have been fitted with a standard weapons configuration. Begin now.
Timer activated. Proceed to next area. Timer activated.
Press and hold to activate the tractor beam. Once the tractor beam has locked on to an object, it will change color. Once captured, release the button and the held object will trail your vessel. To drop a held object, tap the tractor button once.
Proceed to next area. Timer activated.
Ensigns, I fear Starfleet may have had its first casualty in this conflict. The USS Sentinel, under the command of Captain Marcus Brennan, has failed to report in after a series of tests on a new interspatial warp drive. The Borg may be closer than we care to think. Be on your guard.
Proceed to next area. Timer activated. Proceed to next area. Timer activated. Redirecting energy reserves.
Clearly have an aptitude for piloting, Ensign. Excellent flying.
Mission complete.
Ensign, your performance is adequate. Proceed to the next training mission.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
After your performance in the flight and fire exercises, I have decided to test your skill against a series of holographic enemy ships. I expect you to fight with courage, honor, and cunning. Follow the training program relayed via your onboard computer.
Perform moves to progress through training area. Motion lock active. Timer activated.
Holographic vessels are now armed.
Redirecting energy reserves.
Good performance, Ensign. You clearly have an aptitude for piloting, Ensign. Excellent flying.
Shield strength decreasing. Target lost. Perform moves to progress through training areas.
Double tap increase speed. The skills you learned during your previous mission will now be put to the test.
Incoming torpedo.
Red Squad, I hope your training is proceeding well. Starfleet is gathering a task force in Sector 30, but until the Armada has been assembled, you are our only line of defense. Good luck. I have the utmost confidence in every one of you.
Double tap a roll button to strafe, left or right.
Shields are low.
Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own. You will adapt to service the collective.
To deactivate tactical effect, target beam source.
Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own. You will adapt to service the collective. Resistance is futile. Resistance is futile. Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own. You will adapt to service the collective.
Shields are offline.
Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own. You will adapt to service the collective.
Training interrupted. Romulan vessels have been detected in your area. This is not a drill. Engage all enemies.
Area secure. Mission complete.
Your skills are worthy of Red Squad, Ensign. Report for active duty at once.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Your aptitude in piloting the Valkyrie is commendable, Ensign. I have chosen you to fly a scouting mission ahead of the Enterprise. Clear the route in front of the starship. Protect the Enterprise as it passes through this sector.
Redirecting energy reserve. Area secure.
Ensign, sensors have detected Romulan vessels closing in on...
Communications with USS Typhon have been lost. Area secure. Area secure. Area secure.
Well done, Ensign. Our sensors indicate that this zone is clear. All ships, engage.
Mission complete.
Satisfactory, Ensign. The Enterprise has arrived safely at its rendezvous point.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
A Romulan combat group has launched a number of unprovoked attacks on Federation shipping in the Ziria system, near the neutral zone. A patrol force of 10 Valkyries will be dispatched to investigate. Each of you will fly in a 2-ship formation and report any contact with Romulan vessels immediately.
Redirecting energy reserves.
Do not force us to fight, Romulan. Stand down and explain your actions.
Starfleet, you have violated the Treaty of Algeron with your deceitful attacks on our ships. You will pay in kind with your lives.
Romulan vessel has terminated communication.
We have company, Cooper.
Incoming torpedo.
My shields are at 50% strength.
Shield plasma collected.
Cease your attacks! We were merely defending ourselves. One of your starships, the Sentinel, opened fire on our scouts during an exercise in the neutral zone. They refused to answer any hails, almost destroying our entire fleet. Your ship has gone rogue, Starfleet. If you fail to bring them to justice, this will be the cause of an interstellar incident.
Mission complete.
Good work. According to our communications with the Romulans, Captain Brennan and the crew of the Sentinel attacked them without reason. We must locate the Sentinel as soon as possible and determine the motive for this unwarranted assault. Set course for their last known location, Rakar-Nara in the Titan system.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Ensigns. A Cardassian military freighter has stolen weapons and supplies from Outpost Sierra 6. The vessel is now on course for a transwarp conduit in the Able system. Starfleet Command suspects that this may be the staging area for a fleet of renegade Obsidian Order ships. We must intercept and halt the freighter before it reaches the conduit. Once through, sensors will be unable to track it. Valkyries 1, 2, and 3. Launch immediately.
Federation vessels, any attempt to divert us from our heading will be met with force. This will be your only warning.
Redirecting energy reserve.
No option but to defend ourselves. The Obsidian Order will rise again from the ashes of Cardassia. Engage all weapons. We will not be stopped by your attacks. If you will not let us pass, then you will be destroyed.
Incoming torpedo. Timer activated. Shield strength decreasing. Mission complete.
The freighter crew has been confined to the brig, and your performance has been noted by Starfleet Command. Well done.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Red Squad, we are about to rendezvous with a convoy of Bajoran transport ships en route to the planet Hino. They are part of an effort to terraform Hino for colonization, and it is our assignment to escort them through this area. Assume convoy formation to cover their transit.
Enemy vessels approaching.
Red Squad, we are under attack from a force of unidentified craft. Protect the convoy at all costs.
Redirecting energy reserves.
Commander Worf, we've managed to retrieve one of the alien ships. I'm tractoring it on board so we can conduct a detailed examination.
Enemy vessels approaching. Area secure. Mission complete.
Ensign Cooper, in recognition of your gallantry under fire, Starfleet is proud to award you with the Golden Nova Medal. Your actions not only saved the lives of the Bajoran colonists, but also enabled us to capture a damaged Kamjate fighter.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Our initial encounter with this Kamjate species has proven we now face a new enemy, one that is intelligent, hostile, and resourceful. Long-range sensors have tracked a group of their raiders to Zykata 5, and now we have indications that they have fired their weapons at population centers on the surface. The enemy force is currently regrouping in the planet's upper atmosphere. We will use this opportunity to approach and attempt to reason with them, but you should be prepared to initiate combat if our attempts fail. Your Valkyries have been modified using technology from the recovered Raider, enhancing your weapons and allowing us to tap into their image field communications. They have ignored our hails and they are powering weapons. All pilots, prepare for combat and be wary of the planet's gravity well.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo.
Atmospheric combat requires different tactics to interplanetary warfare. Watch your altitude.
Shield strength decreasing.
Ensign, we have detected reinforcements approaching the planet. Stay alert.
Shields are low.
Commander Worf. We've completed our scans of the Kamjate Raider. Almost 80% of its structure is of organic origin, and the hull is comprised of some unknown alloy, but I think we may be able to adapt some of these systems for our own use.
Mission complete.
Excellent flying, Ensign. Based on your outstanding performance, I am assigning you as lead escort to the medical transport en route to Epoch. I expect you to prove yourself worthy of the responsibility.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Starfleet has dispatched a medical transport to begin relief efforts on the planet Epoch. Civilian casualties from Kamjate attacks are high, and these supplies are urgently needed. You are to escort the transport and protect it from any hostile vessels in the area.
Kamjate, firstborn of the universe, will destroy all enemy.
Redirecting energy reserves.
We are the Kamjate, rightful masters of the galaxy. All shall fall before us.
Concentrate on protecting the transport. It will not be able to withstand another enemy bombardment. cloaked ship is releasing gravitic mines. Clear them from the transport's path. We must ensure its safe passage.
Incoming torpedo. Mission complete.
Excellent work, Ensign. The transport reached its destination virtually undamaged. Well done.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Ensign Cooper, I am deploying you on a solo mission to rescue a shuttle pod stranded in the Iridis Fire Nebula. The pod's subspace beacon identifies it as belonging to the USS Sentinel, and recovering it may give us some clue as to that vessel's location. The unstable composition of the nebula means that we can only send one craft. The energy generated by more ships might ignite the pockets of volatile Metreon gas inside. Once you enter the nebula, your communications will be cut off. You must also refrain from using any high-energy weapons that might inflame the gases. Locate and retrieve the shuttle pod as quickly as possible. Sensors indicate the presence of Kamjate raiders in the area, so be on your guard. The shuttle pod is not answering our hails. The crew may be unconscious. Proceed with caution, Ensign.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming signal from Kamjate image field.
Your presence in our space is repulsive. You should be annihilated.
Object captured.
captured. Captured.
Shield strength decreasing. Typhon shields at 50%. Typhon has gained location lock. Typhon shields are critical.
We have managed to retrieve a fragment of the Sentinel's log from the shuttlepod's databanks. It may provide an insight into the origin of these Kamjete fighters.
Shields are low. Shield plasma collected. Mission complete.
Ship's log, USS Sentinel. Stardate 54214.12. Commander Patrick Cates, First Officer recording. We are currently in standard orbit of planet Rukar-Nara in the Titan system. Captain Brennan and his landing party have returned from their away mission in an agitated state. I believe their erratic behavior may have been caused by a device they discovered on the planet, a pulse generator that appears to operate on a similar energy frequency to our interspatial warp engines. The device is being scanned in our science lab, and I have confined the away team to sickbay. Ship's log supplemental. The pulse generator seems to be affecting a large orbital structure. Its sensors are probing us, locking on to our last communication with the USS Typhon.
Good work, Ensign. The two crewmen on board the shuttle pod you rescued should be able to give us some more information about Captain Brennan's actions.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Cooper, the data you recovered has revealed the location of a temporary wormhole in the North System. A large Kamjate vessel is nearby, currently re-energizing a fleet of smaller raiders. The larger ship was the spine of the original Vanguard structure discovered by the Sentinel. We must take this opportunity to destroy it. The Vanguard ship is protected by a Nexus shield generated by two emitters on its outer hull. You must use your weapons to create a gap in the shield and fly inside. Once within, you can knock out the emitters so your wingmen can join the attack. If we succeed in destroying the Vanguard ship's energy reserves, the Kamjate raiders will be stranded without power. You have surprised a Kamjate Raider unit. Neutralize them before they can warn the Vanguard ship of your approach.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo. Area secure.
Ensign Cooper, you must release 3 mines close to the Nexus shield. They will breach the deflector field and allow you to enter.
Timer activated.
Cooper, the radiation from the Nexus shield is penetrating your deflectors. Your hull will not be able to withstand continued exposure. I estimate you have no more than 30 seconds to destroy the emitters before your shields are compromised.
Shield strength decreasing. Shields are failing. Reinforcements approaching.
We are the chosen. We shall unleash the full power of this vessel. Your infection of life will be cleansed from the body of our universe. We are the chosen. We shall unleash the full power of this vessel. Your infection of life will be cleansed from the body of our universe.
Target confirmed.
Device successfully integrated from the weapons array. Camjate vessel powering Warhead.
Our deaths are insignificant. Our destruction only adds strength to those yet to come. Billions will perish to rescue people.
Mission complete.
You fight like a Klingon ensign. Your bravery in attacking the Vanguard ship alone made it possible for your wingmen to destroy the enemy vessel.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Sensors have detected a large spaceborne organism in a nearby system. The creature is known as a Gomtu, or Tin Man, a living starship of unknown origin. We are sending 2 Valkyries to investigate while the Typhon continues on course. Caution is advised, as Camjate raiders may also be in the area.
This doesn't look good, Cooper.
Ensign, it appears that the Camjate are feeding off nutrients generated by Gomtu. Eradicate these legions and clear the creature of their intrusion. The Prime Directive will not allow such a hideous act to continue.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo.
Time to turn up the heat, Cooper.
Firing on Gomtu will irritate the beast. Do not agitate it any further.
Shield plasma collected. Mission complete.
Well done, pilots. With the Kamjate threat gone, the GOM-2 can continue on its way in safety.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Sickbay informs me that the 2 survivors you rescued from the Sentinel shuttle pod will be conscious soon and ready for debriefing. Meanwhile, we are closing on Rakar Nara, the Sentinel's last known position. Approaching the planet will be difficult. The Kamjate have deployed a force of Marshal cruisers and are seeding the area with gravitic mines. A strike group of Klingon fighters have engaged the raiders, but they are outnumbered. We are to assist them using our new modified Valkyries. These Valor-class variants are equipped with heavier armor and additional weapon systems.
Starfleet, this is not your battle. We are Klingon warriors. We do not seek or need your assistance.
We must fight together to destroy this threat. If we do not, both the Klingon Empire and the Federation will be doomed.
Ambassador Worf, I did not realize you had rejoined Starfleet. Why are you here?
Captain, we are here to join you in battle against these raiders.
As you wish, Worf. I distrust these Federation pilots, but we will fight alongside them as you so order.
My actions will speak for me. I will not allow more innocent blood to be spilled by these invaders.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo. Area secure. Incoming signal from Kamjate image field.
Those appear to be ships emerging from subspace, but I do not recognize their configuration. Why would the Kamjate transmit this image?
Area secure. Shield plasma collected. Warning, Klingon bird of prey decloaking off the bow. Sensors indicate diverting power to weapons. Plasma collected.
I have debriefed Ensign Tahir, the pilot of the shuttle pod. It seems the signal Captain Brennan investigated was triggered by the effect of the Sentinel's experimental transspatial warp drive. Brennan and his crew have been compelled by some unknown force to rendezvous with a mothership vessel. The shuttle pod crew were lucky to escape with their lives. This situation is disturbing. What power could make an entire starship crew turn renegade?
Mission complete.
Ensign, you have taken to the Valor class quickly. You have earned the respect of your Klingon allies.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Red Squad, our long-range sensors have detected a group of Borg attack ships in transit. We must divert our course to intercept and destroy them. Be advised that the Borg can adapt their shields to deflect your weapon systems after a few hits, so vary your attack strategy.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile.
Incoming torpedo. Redirecting energy reserves.
Under attack. All ships, protect the Typhon.
Commander Wolf, the bioorganic components of our modified Valkyries will make it harder for the Borg to assimilate them, but the Typhon is still vulnerable to attack.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile.
The Borg may attempt to lock a tractor beam on the Typhon. If they succeed, they will board the vessel in short order. You must prevent this at all costs.
Device successfully integrated into weapons array. Timer activated.
The Borg have locked onto the Typhon with a tractor beam. All crew, stand by to repel boarders.
Typhon shields at 50%. Strength decreasing. Mission complete.
Ensign, your performance today ensured our victory. Truly, you have the heart of a warrior.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Our battle with the enemy attack ships severely damaged the Typhon's drive systems. We are dead in space until repairs can be completed. Our situation is critical. Long-range sensors have detected Marshall cruisers on an approach vector with their energy cores on overload. I believe they will attempt a suicide attack. If one of those ships hits the Typhon, both vessels will be obliterated. You are to cover the Typhon from all attacks while repairs are underway. Launch immediately. Red Squad, act quickly. The enemy ships are closing on the Typhon.
Commander Worf, I have more data from the captured Kamchatka ship. Analysis of the hull reveals particle traces from the Gamma Quadrant, but the radiation patterns match those found on ships in Klingon space. We should send our findings to Starfleet Command for further study, sir.
I concur, Lieutenant. We must learn more about this species. I will contact the Federation Science Council immediately.
Incoming torpedo. Redirecting energy reserves.
Typhon, this is Captain Picard. The Armada is en route to our rendezvous point. Hopefully, we can stem the flow of this conflict before it is too late.
Shield strength decreasing. Shield plasma collected. Shield plasma collected.
Repairs to the Typhon's engines are nearing completion. Hold the line until we are ready for warp speed.
Timer activated.
These new alien aggressors are not responding to our hails and are only attacking our ships. It could be that they are allies of the Kamchatek.
Shields are low. Shields are offline. Mission complete.
We have done all we can. This new aggressor species is proving to be too strong to defeat. All ships are to fall back and regroup. We must consider another method of attack.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
The science vessel USS Discovery has been attacked by the unidentified aliens and disabled near Lycosa, in the Scorpion Nebula. The Discovery's engines are offline and it is drifting toward the event horizon of a black hole. The crew have evacuated in escape pods, but they are unable to counter the gravitational pull of the singularity. The Typhon will take up a position near the event horizon and launch Valkyries to rescue the lifeboats. Collect the pods and deploy them near the Typhon. Be advised, the gravity of this black hole is extreme, so stay alert and watch your position. Proceed. We have detected Cardassian warships approaching. I doubt they are here to help us. Prepare to engage.
Redirecting energy reserves.
Klingon, you and your Federation minions attacked and destroyed a Cardassian freighter. Do you deny this?
Incoming torpedo.
You lie. If you will not submit to answer for your crimes, then you will die for them.
Enemy vessel decloaking. Sensors indicate diverting power to weapons. Enemy vessel decloaking. Sensors indicate diverting power to weapons. Mission complete.
Ensign Cooper, in recognition of your bravery in rescuing the Discovery crew, Starfleet awards you the Tri-Star Cluster. The 3 stars signify honor, pride, and courage in extreme circumstances. Your compassion and fearlessness are an example to us all.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Recovered log records indicate that 5 members of the Discovery's crew were captured by a Kamjate cruiser. We must recover them immediately. The Typhon's transporters are being blocked by ionic interference from the cruiser's energy reserves. Destroying these power cores will reduce the interference and enable us to beam the Discovery crewmen aboard. But be careful. Too many hits on the cruiser's hull will cause a critical breach, killing the prisoners as well as the enemy.
Redirecting energy reserves. Decreasing.
Watch your line of fire. We cannot afford to strike the cruiser's hull. Stay on target.
Typhon has gained location lock. Transporting 1 life form to USS Typhon. Three life forms transported to the Typhon. Transporter lock on 5th life form unstable. Stand by. Enemy vessel decloaking. Sensors indicate diverting power to weapons. Timer activated. Incoming torpedo. Typhon shields at 50%. Shields are low. Enemy vessel decloaking. Sensors indicate diverting power to weapons. Warp plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Mission complete.
All 5 crew have been safely recovered. Our mission is a success.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Nausicaan raiders have hijacked a Klingon prison barge and are on course to a pirate outpost orbiting Lycosa. The Nausicaans plan to sell the convicts and crew as slave labor for the mines on the planet. We must intercept them and prevent this transaction. Locate and eliminate the pirate patrol ships and be sure to disable their communications relay. This will prevent the outpost from becoming aware of our approach. Once you have completed this objective, all Valkyries are to engage the barge's escorts and disable the ship. You will receive further instructions at this point. Commence operations.
Mr. Worf, the Nausicaan raiders you are tracking are wanted for questioning by Starfleet security on charges of slavery, piracy, and hijacking. The Klingon Empire also reports that 28 crew were killed during the takeover of the prison barge. Be careful. These are violent and dangerous criminals.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo. Timer activated.
Take out the communications relay before the outpost discovers a patrol is missing. Your heads-up display will provide an estimated countdown until you are detected.
Reinforcements approaching.
Target confirmed.
Target confirmed.
Target acquired.
Target acquired.
Phase 1 of the mission is complete. Ensign Cooper, you will conduct Phase 2 alone. We have transported all life forms from the barge and confined the hijackers to the brig. Under computer control, the barge will continue on its original course and you will shadow it. Your Valkyrie will relay a false sensor profile to the outpost as you approach. You must stay close to the barge. If you move too quickly or too far away, you will be detected by the outpost. Once you are within range, the outpost will drop its shields. Move in and take out their weapons array. Reinforcements will follow to secure the outpost. Kapla!
Klingon prison vessel has left the sector. Now trapped in Cardassian station shield.
Your piloting expertise is most impressive, Ensign. Outstanding work.
Mission complete.
The mission was a success. This outpost's trade in misery and terror is at an end.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
We have received a distress call from a nearby system, but the message was too garbled for a complete reading. Pilots Johnson, Allwood, and Cooper, you will be dispatched to sweep the area and search for survivors. Report any contacts to the Typhon immediately. parasitic creatures are feeding on the hull of the vessel. Sensors indicate 3 weak life signs on board the ship. You must attempt to rescue them.
Redirecting energy reserves.
Be advised, the parasite organisms eject a corrosive isogenic residue upon death. Avoid contact with it at all costs. We have located the source of the parasites. It is entering visual range now. Ensign, you must make sure you destroy all of these deadly organisms.
Plasma collected.
Good performance, Ensign.
Mission complete.
Our rescue mission is complete, and the ship in distress was recovered. It appears that these parasite creatures evolved within the energies of the Macoria quasar. I am advising Starfleet to consider these life forms a potential hazard to shipping in the area.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
One of the survivors we rescued has information about attacks by ships that match those of the new aliens we encountered near the Scorpion Nebula. We will set course for Apex 9 at Red Squad, battle stations. The aliens have ambushed us. We cannot launch the Valkyries in time. We must fight as we stand. All crew, prepare for Fortress mode. Ensign Cooper, take turret Alpha, quickly!
Timer activated. Incoming torpedo.
Commander Wolf, we've managed to recover one of the alien fighters. The pilot is dead, but I think we might be able to learn something from his ship.
Proceed, Lieutenant. Keep me informed of any discoveries you make. Mission complete. The enemy has been neutralized. You fought with courage and tenacity. I could ask for no braver a crew.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
We are approaching the Apostle Belt, what remains of the planet Apex 9. The alien attackers have destroyed an entire world, reducing it to a cloud of asteroids. Long-range sensors have located a facility on a Goliath-class planetoid within the asteroid field. The aliens appear to be mining uridium ore and manasite. In theory, these two materials could combine to forge a lightweight and extremely tough alloy for hull armor. We must prevent the extraction and processing of these minerals. Ensign Cooper, you are to approach the planet under cloaking and avoid contact with the enemy. Once you are within range, you must charge and fire 3 torpedoes into the surface of the Goliath planetoid. The blast from their warheads will cause a cascade explosion, so clear the area before they detonate.
Warp plasma collected. Redirecting energy reserves.
Cooper, you have been detected by the enemy. Head for the planetoid. We will dispatch 2 more Valkyries to assist you.
Weapon energy reserves are critical. Torpedo has impacted primary target. Energy reserves depleted.
Target acquired.
Target acquired.
Shield plasma collected. Incoming torpedo. Weapon energy reserves are critical. Torpedo has impacted primary target. Energy reserves depleted. Shield plasma collected. Shield strength decreasing. Warp plasma collected. Weapon energy reserves are critical. Torpedo has impacted primary target. Warheads primed. Evacuate blast radius immediately. Timer activated. Energy reserves depleted. Shield plasma collected. Mission complete.
Your attack was a success. The Apostle Belt has been cleared of the alien invaders, and the destruction of their mining operation will be a major setback to their plans.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Starfleet has dispatched a medical transport to begin relief efforts on the planet Epoch. Civilian casualties from Kamjate attacks are high, and these supplies are urgently needed. You are to escort the transport and protect it from any hostile vessels in the area.
Kamjate, firstborn of the universe, will destroy all enemy.
Redirecting energy reserves.
We are the Kamjate, rightful masters of the galaxy. All shall fall before us.
Incoming torpedo. Device successfully integrated into weapons array.
Concentrate on protecting the transport. It will not be able to withstand another enemy bombardment. The cloaked ship is releasing gravitic mines. Clear them from the transport's path. We must ensure its safe passage.
Mission complete.
Excellent work, Ensign. The transport reached its destination virtually undamaged. Well done.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Red Squad. An immense gravitation surge near the Macquarie quasar has revealed the opening of a temporary wormhole. Kamjate raiders have been detected near the mouth of this phenomenon, and it appears that they are preparing to use it to travel to another part of the galaxy. Your mission is to neutralize them before they can enter the wormhole. If they escape, they could reappear anywhere within the Alpha Quadrant without warning. This mission is of critical importance. Watch for weak points on the alien ships when they expose energy grids or engine exhausts. Launch when ready.
Incoming torpedo. Redirecting energy reserves. Warp plasma collected. Shield strength decreasing. Warp plasma collected. Timer activated. Plasma collected. Mission complete.
Our mission objective was achieved. Both vessels were prevented from entering the wormhole. Sensors indicate that the phenomenon will collapse naturally within a few hours, preventing any other ships from using it.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
I have serious news from Utaka, a nearby Klingon colony world. The alien attackers are using the fragments of Mogus, a shattered planet, to bombard the population with meteorites. The Mogus fragments are being accelerated through a warp field and aimed into the colony's atmosphere. If this attack is not halted, Utaka's entire population is doomed. You must utilize the motion lock system in your Valkyries to track and destroy the meteorites. Be advised that the enemy have also dispatched escorts to cover their approach. Once you have neutralized the fragments and the aliens, locate and eliminate the warp field. Act quickly. Millions of lives depend on your success.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo.
Commander Worf, I've discovered something surprising. The DNA traces we found in the alien ship match those of the dead Kamjatae. They are nearly identical. It's almost as if the aliens were a more advanced, more evolved version of the Kamjatae. I believe they are the same species.
Indeed. That would explain their alliance against us. The Kamjatae aboard the Vanguard ship orbiting Rikar-Nara must have been in some form of stasis, while the others progressed technologically and biologically. We must consider them both as one race, the Kamjatae.
My shields are at 50% strength.
Shield strength decreasing.
fight against the masters of the universe. Weak life forms, pitiful prey. You cannot defeat the eternal predators.
All my shield strength was lost. It's vital we neutralize the opposition.
Shields are low. Shields are offline. Mission complete.
The people of Utaka will remember their liberation this day in song and story.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
We have located a group of Borg cubes on an approach vector to our position, and a tactical opportunity has presented itself. The cube fleet is slaved to the lead vessel, and our sensors indicate that its shields are not yet at full strength. We must strike now to take advantage of this momentary weakness. Close in on the lead cube and enter its internal network of conduits. Penetrate the central chamber and locate the core generators. If you can destroy these, you should be able to retrieve the cube's transwarp coil. Capture this unit and return it to the Typhon. The chain reaction caused by the coil's removal will destroy the Borg fleet.
We are the Borg. Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own. You will adapt to service the collective. Resistance is futile.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo.
service the collective.
Shield plasma collected. Shield plasma collected.
Resistance is futile.
Device successfully integrated into weapons array. Shield plasma collected.
Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated.
Warp plasma collected.
Your technological.
If your standard combat systems are ineffective, switch to the hybrid weapons array, where bioorganic elements will make them harder for the Borg to assimilate.
Mission complete.
Ensign, your bravery in leading the raid on the Borg cube has been noted. Starfleet hereby awards you the Talon Prism in recognition of your victory in the face of extreme odds.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Red Squad, a force of Borg ships are closing on our position. They have come to retrieve the transwarp coil we captured from the cube. The coil is highly unstable, so it is vital it be protected. If it is damaged, it could release a subspace shockwave that would destroy everything within a light-year radius. With the Typhon's warp engine offline, we must stand and fight. The Borg must not pass.
Incoming torpedo. Shield strength decreasing. Failing.
Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated.
Borg cube nearing teleportation range. Shields are offline. Titan has gained location lock. Beaming photon torpedoes to Borg core. Mission complete.
The Borg threat has been neutralized. We can now safely integrate the transwarp coil into our own engine systems. This should fully regenerate our power reserves and bring our warp drive back online.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
The alien ships are depositing parasite organisms along our course, blocking our pursuit of Captain Brennan and the Sentinel. The parasites are emerging from incubator pods, and they will attack anything they consider hostile. We must stop them from spreading into inhabited systems. Be cautious. These life forms reproduce at an exceptional rate. Any pods you can capture with your tractor beam can be beamed aboard the Typhon for holding. But do not forget that the invaders are the primary enemy here.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo.
You must neutralize the vessels that released the incubator pods.
Warp plasma collected. Warning, parasite lifeform detected. Shield plasma collected. Shield strength decreasing. Warp plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Shield plasma collected.
Typhon can transport the pod from your tractor beam as soon as we have a lock on it.
The pod has been beamed aboard the Typhon. Warning, parasite lifeform detected. Warning, parasite lifeform detected. Warp plasma collected. Shields are low. Shields are failing. Warp plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Warning, parasite lifeform detected. Warning, parasite lifeform detected. Titan transporter systems locking on. The pod has been beamed aboard the Titan. Shields are offline. Shield plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Warp plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Warp plasma collected. Titan transporter systems locking on. The pod has been beamed aboard the Typhon. Shield plasma collected. Shields are offline. Warp plasma collected. Hull damage, critical. Warp plasma collected. Shield plasma collected.
Attention, Red Squad. We have received data regarding the subspace rift created by the Transspatial Axis device on Rakar-Nara. This visual scan shows larger ships flooding through the rift. Captain Brennan appears to be heading directly toward its location. We must set a pursuit course and intercept him.
Mission complete.
Good work, pilots. The parasites have been neutralized and the alien attackers were driven off. Stand down and return to the Typhon.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Despite our efforts, the Kamjate threat continues to grow. Long-range sensors have detected a concentration of their forces in system TDA-34, protecting the passage of their raiders through an artificial wormhole generator. We must take control of this device without delay. All available Valkyries will take part in this operation. I will fly the lead. While the Typhon remains outside enemy sensor range, we will approach and clear a path to the generator. Once the area is secure, we will return to the Typhon and enter the wormhole. We will take the fight to the heart of our adversary.
Here they come.
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming.
Commander Worf, I have grave news. The Federation Science Council has analyzed the data from the Typhon. The results are disturbing. The alien invaders, these Kamjate, their genetic profile exactly matches a species thought to be long extinct. A violent, savage race known as the Herc.
Tick-tock! The Herc? Can it be true? They are a legend, a tale to terrify Klingon children. They invaded the Klingon homeworld over 1,000 years ago and almost destroyed the Empire. But they perished centuries ago. We cannot allow the Herc to rise again. We must stop them before they ravage the entire galaxy.
Torpedo. Target lost.
Enemy attacks have rendered my shields at 50%.
Device successfully integrated into weapons array.
My shields are at 50% strength. I'm being tracked by an enemy vessel. I can't take many more hits. Hull strength is critical. All my shield strength is lost. It's vital we neutralize the opposition.
Commander Worf, I have more disturbing news. I'm detecting transspatial pulses being transmitted from the USS Sentinel. The pulses are accelerating the growth of the subspace rift. Captain Brennan is forcing it open.
Shield strength decreasing. Shield plasma collected. Shield plasma collected. Mission complete.
The enemy defenders were defeated. Good work. We are now entering the wormhole. Our destination is the Antiriad system. We have the element of surprise on our side, and we must use it to strike the Herc hard as soon as we emerge. Starfleet Command has informed me that the flotilla is close to our position, but do not become overconfident. We are beginning the end game of this conflict, and the hardest battle is yet to come.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
The Herc are blockading the wormhole, and they have deployed raiders to prevent our escape. Ensign Cooper, you and Ensign Nate take turret control and engage the enemy forces. Stand by for battle conditions. Communications intercepted from the enemy indicate they have assembled a group of defense platforms on the other side of this wormhole. Once we have returned to normal space, we must take out these units and seal this conduit permanently. gunnery expertise is exceptional, Ensign. Good work.
Shields are failing.
We are preparing to return through the wormhole. Disable 2 of the 3 enemy units. Our objective has been achieved. The Herc forces have been routed. All Valkyries, return to formation. We must continue on the original mission profile to locate and intercept Captain Brennan and the Sentinel. Prepare to enter the wormhole.
Picard to Typhon. The flotilla is closing on your position. You have all shown great courage and fortitude in the face of the enemy. We will be with you soon. Until then, you must stand firm and hold the line.
Mission complete.
We have dealt the enemy a crippling blow this day, Red Squad. The primary Herc transit conduit has been closed, and now only the enemy fleet ahead of us remains. We will lead the way for Starfleet's Armada to the stronghold of the enemy.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
We are closing on the USS Sentinel. All Valkyries will be launched to intercept the ship and prevent Captain Brennan and his crew from approaching the subspace rift. The Sentinel is armed with numerous photon torpedo launchers, so maintain your separation as you approach. You should attempt to bring down their shields and then target the ship's warp nacelles. It is paramount that we stop the Sentinel. Damage to the ship's warp engines would achieve this objective with minimal casualties. If we cannot stop the ship, Captain Brennan will go to warp speed and we will not be able to apprehend him. Captain Brennan, this is Lieutenant Commander Worf of the Typhon. Sir, you must stand down and prepare to be boarded.
A Klingon commanding a Starfleet vessel? Is this what the Federation has become? Weak, pitiful, dominated by its enemies? The time for peace is at an end. The Herc have awakened the rage and hate within me. They have shown me the path of strength. Once the galaxy trembled in fear of their name, and it will again under my command. You shall fall before us.
Captain, this is your final warning. Do not force...
You cannot stop me, Klingon. You will try and die. While I live, so do the Herc. We are unstoppable, invincible. All life is a sacrifice to our mastery.
Timer activated.
Maintain combat formation. Target the Sentinel's engines and open fire. Brennan has gone to warp, despite our attacks. Our mission is a... Wait. Sensors have detected another vessel approaching. It is a Herc warship. It must be covering the Sentinel's escape. Red Squad, prepare to engage the enemy. Drop to combat speed. We need to fight the ship on our own terms. All Valkyries, commence attack!
Incoming torpedo. Shield plasma collected. Shield strength decreasing. Mission complete.
Impressive, Ensign. If we survive this battle, our deeds will be told in song for years to come. Take the lead. We must continue our pursuit of the Sentinel.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
Sensors have detected Borg vessels in a nearby asteroid field on an attack vector towards Starbase 212, but we do not have enough Valkyries to mount an effective defense. Ready the Typhon's turrets. We must destroy the Borg before they assimilate the outpost.
Blue alert. Activating Typhon Fortress Mode sequence. Enemy vessels approaching.
Here they come. Watch out for asteroids.
Commander Worf, long-range sensors are reading a large fleet of the alien vessels in system TGA-34. They appear to be preparing for a final attack.
Failing.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships.
Mission complete.
Our victory was glorious. Now we have eradicated the Borg threat in this sector. We will proceed with our primary mission.
Please select a mission. Mission selected.
The final battle is upon us. Pilots, it has been an honor to fight alongside you. If we are victorious this day, then we will drink a barrel of blood wine in the memory of our dead comrades. If not, then we will meet again on the road to Sto-vo-kor. Today, the galaxy lives or dies by what we do here. Captain Brennan is using a transspatial pulse generator to enlarge the subspace rift in order to release a planetoid-sized Herc mothership. The weapons on the Herc ship are not operational, but we have no idea how long they will remain in this condition. The USS Sentinel has sustained severe damage and is preparing to launch its escape pods. We must hold off the Herc ship and recover the Sentinel's lifeboats as soon as they are released. Use your tractor beam to capture and inspect the pods. I suspect that Brennan may attempt to use one to escape to the mothership. Qapla'!
Redirecting energy reserves. Incoming torpedo. Warp plasma collected. Shield strength decreasing. Shields are low. Warp plasma collected.
Stay on course, pilots. The tide of battle is favoring us.
Shields are offline.
You have only seen a fraction of the power of the Herc. We will obliterate you and your fleet. We will leave your worlds in ashes. The Herc have returned to reclaim the universe that is theirs by right of force.
Timer activated. Hull damage, critical. Shield plasma collected.
Commander Worf, this is Ensign Cooper. I'm going to try to tractor the pulse generator into the rift. It's the only chance we have to close it.
Good luck, Cooper. May Kahless protect you.
Mission complete.
Captain's log, stardate 54620.74. A great conflict has been averted thanks to the performance of Lieutenant Commander Worf, Red Squad, and the crew of the Typhon. As of this stardate, Starfleet Command awards full commendations to Mr. Worf, the members of Red Squad, and the Typhon crew. The Valkyrie Squadron is hereby placed on active duty, where they will continue to serve as the Federation's first line of defense. Finally, it is my honor to grant Ensign Cooper promotion to the rank of lieutenant with all the privileges and responsibilities therein, in recognition of his outstanding dedication to duty during this operation. Well done, Lieutenant.
Please select a mission.
Captain's log, stardate 54621.12. The Typhon mission has proven to be only partly successful. The science vessel USS Discovery has been destroyed by the race known as the Herc, a species previously thought to be extinct. The Federation Armada is regrouping to pull back to the neutral zone border. The situation is a grave one for the Federation, but we must stand firm. Captain's log, stardate 54556.33. The Typhon and the Valkyrie Squadron have been lost, along with several ships from the fleet. We are searching for survivors, but the Herc have begun to open more subspace rifts in the area, and their ships are flooding into the quadrant. It is my only hope that we can find a way to defeat this vicious new enemy, so that the sacrifices of those who died were not in vain.